Recording in progress.
President Wyatt.
Present.
Commissioner Vice President Webb.
Present.
Commissioner Andrews. Commissioner Andrews. Commissioner Gray.
Present.
Commissioner Dr. Harris. Commissioner Dr. Harris. Commissioner Hembry.
Present.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Malone. Commissioner Malone. Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Thank you. Also present this evening, we have Mr. Rashawn K. Hassan, Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Cameron E. Cox, Chief Financial Officer, Board Secretary, Dr. Elizabeth Filipatos, Chief of Staff, Chief Carletta Jones, Chief of Human Resources, Chief Christopher Payne, Chief of Information Technology, Chief Bashan L. Hill, Chief of Marketing and Communication, Dr. Danielle Mastrogiovanni, Chief of Equity and School Improvement, and Mr. Brian Horsley, General Counsel, Mr. Jeffrey A. Morton, Assistant Board Secretary, Assistant Board Administrator, School Business Administrator, and also Student Commissioner, Ms. Kaylin Marsola. We do have a quorum. Welcome to the business meeting of the Plainfield Board of Education. Members hope that you will find this meeting interesting and informative. We thank you for taking the time out to attend. Please be advised that this and all meetings of the board are open to the media and public, consistent with the Open Public Meetings Act, and that the advance notice required therein has been provided to the Courier News and Tap into Plainfield on Monday, November 10th, 2025, to be advertised on Friday, November 14th, 2025, and also provided to the Plainfield Public Schools District website, the Plainfield City Clerk, Plainfield Police Department, and Plainfield Public Library for posting. Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. I do have some remarks
November
prepared
14th,
for
2020.
the President's report. However, being that Madam President is online virtually, I will give her the option to present them herself.
My apologies. I'm not able to read my remarks right this second. Can you do it for me, please? I've sent them via email.
Got it. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Unfortunately, Ms. Hane Wyatt is unable to be here and present. However, due to an identified scheduling conflict, she will be joining virtually. However, I'm going to provide the President's remarks. I want to welcome everyone joining us, both in person and virtually. We appreciate your engagement and your commitment to staying informed as we work together to serve the students of Plainfield. As we enter the month of November, we recognize several national observances, including Diabetes Awareness, Native American Heritage, Lung Cancer Awareness Month, Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Month, Alzheimer's Awareness Month, Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month, and many others. While I don't claim to know them all, I do know each represents an opportunity to educate ourselves and support our community in meaningful ways. We are also entering what many consider the holiday season, a time for reflection, gratitude, giving, joy, and faithfulness. As board members, we are privileged to serve our students and community. Let us use this season to reflect on our progress and reaffirm our commitment to leading with purpose, integrity, and care for all youth. As usual, we close our President's remarks with our district highlight video showcasing the many wonderful things happening across our schools. Before that, I want to take a moment to recognize all fall athletic teams, their dedication and sportsmanship being tremendous pride to our schools and community. Our varsity football team energized our dynamic cheerleaders, closed out our strong season. Our PHS band earned overall best band at the Battle of the Bands and showed up and showed out at every game. Our soccer team also had an outstanding year marked by growth, teamwork, and determination, setting the stage for an even stronger next season. For even stronger return next season. With winter sports on the horizon, let's continue uplifting our scholar athletes and showing them the true meaning of Cardinal pride. Nick, please cue up the highlight video.
música que Dios te manda es animada. I got a perfect score.
Okay.
This is amazing. Let me see these. Show me this test. Oh my Lord, that is so cool. I'm so proud of you. Yes, you too. I'm so proud of you. You guys are great. My whole class.
So here in our school district, we value academic excellence. And your classmate, Brian, did something amazing last school year. Brian got a perfect score on the NJSLA. So we're here today to recognize Brian and to show him some love and appreciation for being a great student representing Plainfield Public Schools. Friends, I'm here today to take a moment to celebrate one of your very own, Miss Lindsay Lopez Perez, for her hard work and obtaining a perfect score on the NJSLA test.
Let's go. Okay, no. All right, thank you. Friendly reminder, before we conclude and get into our meeting, I want to remind everyone of our newly revised workflow and implemented last month. This structure includes streamlined presentations when applicable, focused board dialogue, committee reporting, a 30-minute public comment period, and intentional pacing to ensure we conduct business thoughtfully and in alignment with the Open Public Meetings Act. By adhering to this workflow, we ensure our meetings remain productive, transparent, well-paced, allowing for meaningful discussion, public engagement, and purposeful decision-making while respecting the time of commissioners, administration, and the community. Thank you again for your presence, engagement, and dedication. Together, let us continue to serve with passion, vision, and shared commitment to the excellence for all Plainfield Public School students. Thank you. That concludes the President's remarks. At this time, we'll go into the superintendent's report. Or if are there any board recognitions or awards this evening? Okay, yep. So we'll go into the superintendent's report.
Oh, it's me. No, I got it. It's me. You may turn it off or... Good, thank you. All right, appreciate that, Nick. Good evening, commissioners, members of our community. I'd like to start tonight's my report by asking for a moment of silence for Charlotte J. Banks, former art education teacher, and Marie Davis, I'm sorry, former Board of Education president. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Is this me? All right, all good. Thank you. Where's this mode? Right. Well, tonight I'll be providing an update regarding the district's NJ QSAC review, discussing the end of performance cycle 1, and providing an update on our public-facing dashboard for our capital projects. Our QSAC process has begun and is currently underway. At this point, we've already conducted our DPR, which has been provided to the board. The DPR is the district's internal performance review across the 5 critical focus areas for NJQSAC, being fiscal, governance, instruction and programs, and personnel. So we all know our NJQSAC visits, they occur on 3-year cycles with 2 interim reviews taking place in between that time period. So again, this brings us to our next 3-year cycle. And the purpose of QSAC is to focus on the evaluation, identification of critical areas as it relates to compliance, to also provide any support that may be needed, and to ensure that we are in fact being compliant with our statutes and requirements as determined by administrative code. Each area of QSAC is scored and rated. As a part of the process, our team is responsible for going in and conducting our own internal performance rating. identifying artifacts that support our ratings, and then sharing that with our community. Board members, you have received a copy of this, which is an attachment to tonight's board agenda. It includes a declaration page, in addition to a spreadsheet with 5 separate tabs that shows the calculation and ratings for each of these critical areas. Now, it is our goal to obtain a score of 80% or higher in each of these critical areas. Scoring 80% or higher will rate us at high performing. Then there's a middle space that will categorize us as being partially state intervention. That requires us to develop an improvement plan that has to be approved and followed. And the last piece would be falling well below any of those targets and qualifying for full state intervention. This screenshot here shows the current ratings as it relates to the internal DPR that we just completed. We see ourselves as scoring 100%, all of the eligible points in the areas of governance and operations, 96% of the eligible points in the area of fiscal, and 40% and 82% respectively in instruction and programs and personnel. And those ratings are that low because we can only score ourselves up to those points. Anything above that will be calculated when the County Office of Education comes in February to actually conduct a review of any documentation that they deem necessary for the review process. So again, we don't have 100% in those areas because the form doesn't allow us to rate ourselves in those areas. You'll find that it's actually locked inside of the spreadsheet. How have we fared at the district over the last few interim reviews that we've received? So going back from starting the 2023 school year, you'll see that the district scored 80% or above in 3 of the 5 critical areas. In 2024, we received an interim review. In that interim review, during that time period, we made tremendous strides in the area of personnel, getting us above that 80% mark at 86%. And we also saw a 1% increase from 70 to 71% in the area of instruction and program. Again, I want to highlight that for our 2025 internal review, in those areas of personnel, we're at 82% and 40% for instruction and program. And that is simply because we do not have the ability to score all of the categories. Some of the documentation that will be reviewed during the visits are confidential files, so we're unable to send and share the information with the Department of Education. It requires them to be on site to physically review those documents in district. As it relates to instruction and programs, those final data points, there will be a collection of the district's performance on the annual state assessment. So NJSLA for the content areas of both ELA and mathematics, and I believe the calculation for our graduation rates will also be factored into the final results. The Department of Education will be on site at a date to be determined during the month of February, and we typically receive the placement results for this 3-year cycle within 60 days after that review. Our performance cycle 1 for the 25-26 school year, closed out on November 15th. I just want to let the board know, across the organization, we've been working diligently to improve student outcomes, to ensure that we're building a culture and climate, one that fosters collaboration throughout our organization. We have performance cycles that are set up for November 15th, February 15th, and April 15th. We just closed out our first interim assessment, and we expect those results to be received and analyzed in the district over the next 2 weeks. We also just closed out our first round of surveys, our parent engagement survey, our student engagement survey, and our employee engagement surveys, which will also be calculated and analyzed. So as it relates to me reporting out on our progress towards goals for this year, that report will be delivered to the board at the December board meeting in accordance with the board agenda planning cycle and schedule that has been proposed to us by the New Jersey School Boards Association. Lastly, what you have before you on this screen, you'll see a video is playing shown in the background. This is a live example of the ClearGov tool that we are implementing here in the district. The ClearGov tool allows us to track and to share the progress of our capital projects that we have underway in our school district. This information that you're looking at now really shows a list of the projects. It shows us the budget for each one of these projects that's in play. It shows the project timeline and where we are as it relates to our completion of the major milestones associated with the projects. So I shared this a few months ago with the board as an update to let you know that we were in fact working on this project to ensure that we have greater transparency and that we're able to share information openly and publicly about the progress of our projects. We will launch this website or this component on the district's website this coming Friday. It will be live for board members, for community members to go in and receive updates as it relates to our critical projects inside of the district. And those projects are capital projects, everything that aligns to our long-range facilities plan. So as an example, if you wanted to go in and track the progress of the swimming pool project at Plainfield High School, you will have the ability to do this. And to set expectations, this tool is updated on a weekly basis after our team conducts its internal review of our capital projects. We take photos, also capture video footage as well, so you will see those updates and the progress of those projects. That concludes my presentation for this evening. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan. At this time, we'll take the report from the Student Commissioner.
Good evening, everyone. So for the month of October, leading up to now, we have several events going on and even upcoming. First, I just want to put out the Theater Studios production of Pipeline coming this Friday, Saturday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's the 20th, the 21st, and the 22nd. I would highly encourage you to come out to PHS because that's where it's going to be, to see the theater studio in full gone. They are amazing and amazing actors, and I just know I will be there myself, but it's going to be an amazing production, so I would highly encourage you to come out. We just want to take a second to appreciate our wonderful counselor, Ms. De Jesus. She is our stellar counselor, and personally for me, keen scholars, and just the overall class of 2026. We just want to take time to appreciate her. She has guided many students throughout their college process while also helping them to find their personal identities and future goals. She's an unshakable pillar at PAWS, and we will always appreciate her. We just wanted to shout her out. So we also have the vocal studio. We just went to Rutgers for a choir adjudication. Basically, they judge us, give us a scoring, give us corrections, critiques for our performance, and it was amazing. It was nice singing with all other choirs from across New Jersey, so it's great exposure, and we were also able to see Rutgers, the School of Music. We also had our Fall Spirit Week given by the class of 2026. It was hilariously fun. We put out a Fall Spirit Week, and students were able to dress up as teachers, and teachers were able to dress up as students, and we saw a student, we had a little costume contest, and a student did win. First place was a big orange croc. Yes. And we watched movies and had twin date, and it was just so much fun. We also had our FAFSA night, which the counselors put on for us just to help seniors and senior families as they guide through the FAFSA process, trying to get the most financial aid they can for their students. And we also have our upcoming SNAP benefit collection. So we all know that the SNAP benefits have, been taken away for some people, and the student council headed by, this idea was brought to me by Benoit Christie. I just want to shout him out because he brought that idea and said, hey, let's get a box, let's collect some goods, and we're going to do this through Christmas, and we're going to give it away to families that need it. And we are doing that starting, I believe, this week, and then we're just going to collect a bunch of stuff and hopefully give it out to families by Christmas. We also, today is November 18th, and it would mark the 1-year anniversary of our deceased chemistry teacher, Mr. Crivy. It's sad that he won't be able to watch us graduate, but he will always be in our hearts. We thank Mr. Crivy for always supporting us and always fighting for us, and we will all miss and love him so much. Sorry, that was a really bad note to end on, but we also have our Hispanic Heritage Concert at Pause. It was amazing, spectacular performances put on by all studios, even like the TV production did their video, and it was so exciting to watch their little feud review. We also had the Pause Jazz Band coming to play, and that was amazing as well, with every studio just shining. And we finally want to congratulate Imani Mullings for signing to Quinnipiac University, and she's an amazing athlete and an amazing scholar at the same time. And that will wrap up my report.
Thank you. So I changed the order a little bit. Usually the commissioners give their board reports, but I thought it was, I gave a student the opportunity to go first this time. So I have committee reports for the following committees. Oops, hold on a second. Come on, bro. Hold on a second. So we have committee reports for governance, finance, and policy, and I'll receive in instruction and programs. So I'll start with the governance committee report, if you don't mind. Their meeting was held on the 13th. So the goals for this meeting were to confirm the proposed board governance retreat dates of January 23rd and 24th, 2026, establish the framework for onboarding, board trainings, coaching, and development to build sustainable structures for effective oversight and long-term sustainability, propose dates for board governance retreat. It looks like we also have a vision for strengthened governance through training, coaching, and system alignment, and a need to align board vision with practice, simplify governance process, and to strengthen district oversight systems. The committee supports proposing the retreats dates to the full board. I believe those dates are on the agenda for approval. And then we reached consensus in creating a clear and fair board leadership, interest, and candidacy. I did say that in some of those discussions, we talked about the idea of discussing board leadership, right, with other commissioners to hopefully, get an idea, when people want to express interest in being a board leader, whether it's president or vice president, for people to really step into those roles and get training if needed. NJSBA provides training. There's also so many different ways to get professional development. So we encourage commissioners to take all training and then express their interest, if they so be it, to fulfill these roles. So that concludes the board governance report. Commissioner Smith, would you like to go with the instruction and programs committee report at this time?
Sure, I'll share. Good evening. I'd like to provide an update on the items discussed during the Instruction and Programs Committee meeting. First, we reviewed the district's CUSAC self-evaluation and compliance process. The committee discussed the 5 areas assessed under CUSAC, and the district's current progress with self-scoring. Additional clarification was provided on the components of the evaluation process. Thank you, Dr. Filippato, for giving us so much good information. Next, we heard an update on the principal coaching and school walkthrough initiatives. The transition of principal coaching to the Office of School Management is underway, and high-impact coaching visits are being implemented across the district. Then we addressed questions regarding the district's testing schedule and the integration of mindfulness practices before testing, which makes me very happy because I remember that was brought and was a big conversation last year. So the committee received clarification on current practices and ongoing efforts to support students' well-being during assessment windows. We also received an update on the district partnership with New York University for equity-focused professional development. Thank you, Dr. Mastrogiovanni. This work includes root cause analysis, curriculum review, and stakeholder engagement. In addition, the committee discussed how this partnership is helping the district examine systemic barriers, strengthen culturally responsive practices, and build staff capacity to better support student outcomes. Finally, it was shared that Plainfield High School staff and 8 students, including students from Pinnacle and Plainfield High School, will be attending the JAG National Student Leadership Academy in Washington, D.C. for the 2nd year in a row, which is amazing. They will be attending Howard University this December. This opportunity will support leadership development, expose college exposure, and career readiness. This concludes the committee report for programs and instructions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. I'm going to go into the committee report for finance and operations. The topics discussed were the 26-27 budget timelines, Apple Vision projects, and the SDA and ESIP projects around the district. Also, they discussed the CTE wing at Plainfield High School, the PHS pool, the pilots, and then the board priorities, along with the 7th Street property and taxes from this, and they also received information that taxes from the city were received. I apologize. Conclusions received that the CTE wing should be complete in January 2026 to be used when the kids return from winter break. The pool should be online soon as well. We got a very extensive update. All building equipment has been removed, so they are closing in on final stages of the pool, I believe, to be open soon. And then final documents from Buff are in the district's hands and will go out to general contractors approved for estimates. The action items were that the board priorities for the 26-27 budget, the capital projects, the Apple purchase, exploring Apple's commitment to Plainfield Public Schools, and then New Jersey auditors are working with the district to make Booker a landmark. All these action items were recommended to the board for approval. This completes the committee report for finance and operations. Let's go to my notes. Okay. So for policy committee, our meeting focused on releasing the forms and the feedback process for naming the new schools. We went through the link. It's a very, it's simple, but it actually encompasses all the standards and requirements for naming a school. So we asked that all commissioners take a look at that naming process to receive proposals, and we would like to vote for approving that. More than likely at the next meeting, I believe we'll submit it for first reading. The Plainfield Early Learning Center also submitted some proposals for their naming process. So Dr. Filippato described that the committee process has started, including stakeholder involvement and adherence to board policy, or Mr. Rashan clarifying the distinction between naming of new facilities as well as naming existing ones. The policy update for English as a second language and bilingual school programs. Dr. Filippato gave us updates of the current state of the English as second language policy and how some of the terminology we need to change to align with CUSAC requirements. The grading policy is also under review to make sure that students master their opportunities and really just focus on the discussion really centered around giving students the maximum opportunity to achieve mastery of their skills. So if it means how they will go out and get further opportunities for testing to improve their grades, we're really still in the phases of discussing that, whether it's going to be retaking options, technology considerations, all for the assessment of the administration to be able to grade the students properly. There was also a discussion around equity and inclusivity. We reviewed requests from the Equity Fellows to update policy language for exclusivity, including pronoun changes and removal of dominant cultural preferences. I think one of the most important things, well, I won't say they're all important, but the topic that really raised the most discussion was the latex allergy policy. We were submitting that, I believe, for first read, and just supports our intent to hear district staff and faculty when there are needs, as well as students, to make sure that everybody stays safe. So our intent is to update the policy to make sure that the district's food allergy policy, specifically recommending language to address latex exposure, is addressed. At this time, this concludes my policy report. I'd like to entertain a motion to go into public comment.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Malone, that the board now go into public comment at this time. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed have the same right? Motion carried. At business meetings, a 30-minute period will be provided for public comment following committee reports. During this time, members of the public may raise questions to express concerns related to district matters. All members of the public are asked to be present, their questions or comments before their response is given. A response is not required, nor will the board engage in back and forth dialogue with any member of the public. Responses, if provided, may come from the board president, superintendent, or designee. Members of the public are encouraged to submit additional questions or comments to the superintendent or board leadership ahead of or following the respective meetings for review and follow-up. Members of the public may address the board once per meeting for a maximum period of 3 minutes as measured by the clock. No extension will be granted. Time is not transferable from one individual to another. Privilege of the floor is now open.
Nick, do we have anybody online that will in queue? All right, thank you. If anyone in the public in person would like to go up, we'll entertain you guys first. Thank you.
Hello.
No, I'm sorry. We're going to go with in person first. My apologies. Thank you.
Do I go or no?
No, you have the floor, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any questions. I'm here to share. Good evening, members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Can you state your name, please?
My name is Yolanda Paredes. I am a resident of Plainfield. I am also the founder and director of Eastside Dance Project. We did start in Plainfield, however, due to some circumstances, we are located in North Plainfield. I want to show how dance is far more than movement. It is a proven pathway to increase confidence, emotional well-being, self-expression, and leadership. Who are we? When Eastside opened its doors in October 2020, we started with 6 students, and now we have 100 students. We train children, both boys and girls. Our teachers are extremely knowledgeable in the art, and all of them have been in the dance industry for well over 10 years. With them having certified degrees in dance, and they either work or train at prestigious dance organizations such as the Joffrey Ballet School, Princeton Ballet, and the Ailey School, among others. Eastside Dance Project is a non-profit 501c3 organization welcoming students 2.5 to 18 years old who are genuinely interested in the art of dance. Although Eastside opened its doors in October of 2020 during one of the most challenging times in history, our growth has consistently increased. We wholeheartedly want children and teens to have a passion for dance and to master the art to the best of their ability and potential. The lack of financial resources should never be a reason to deter anyone from developing their knowledge and skills in the art. As such, we are proud to grant scholarships, not only on merit basis, but also to underprivileged families in our community and neighboring communities. Eastside dancers receive training in ballet, point, contemporary, lyrical, jazz, tap, modern, acro, hip hop, and others. We achieve our goals by providing a loving and nurturing, yet disciplined environment for our dancers and instilling in them the necessary skills and life lessons that they can carry beyond years at our school. Our dedicated faculty understands that they too are an instrumental part to the success of our students. At Eastside, we allow our students to discover their artistry through enrichment and encouragement. Why am I here tonight? Today's youth faces unprecedented levels of anxiety, depression, low self-esteem, and social isolation. Dance directly combats these issues. Through dance, students learn discipline, teamwork, emotional release, and the belief that they can do hard things. Our program combines rigorous dance training with mentorship,
Ms.
structure.
Perez, that's your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And I have brochures to just share with you, okay?
Thank you.
But it's something that I want to,
Motion to extend.
With you before we go to executive session?
yes.
For more information?
Sure.
'Cause I'm sure we all want to hear it.
Okay, beautiful, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christine Washington Spann. I just wanted to introduce myself to you folks this evening. I am the board liaison and a proud parent of a PAS student. I am here this evening representing PAS. We first met last week and just have some takeaways from that meeting to share this evening. So the students are very excited about the juries coming up. So this allows our students that are currently in one studio to audition and interview to go into a different studio. So you don't have to stay in one thing for the whole career of your stay there at PAS. So the students are very excited about that. There's more to come, but I just wanted to say good evening to you guys and enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Is there anyone else in person who would like to make a public comment? Seeing none, I would like to entertain those that are online now, please.
Hi there. Sorry, the transition from viewer to panelist, it takes a minute. My name is Laura Miranda Brown, and I'm a resident here in Plainfield and a parent of children at Cook School. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I am back again to ask why we as a district are moving forward with these Apple VR headsets. They are in tonight's agenda, again, for $179,000, which is a large amount of money. I did not receive any information or acknowledgement after last month's meeting, and I was therefore hoping that the superintendent's report this evening would review what the goals of this purchase would be and how they would be integrated into the curriculum, but unfortunately that did not happen. So I will once again ask the same questions I asked last month and ask that the district present something to the public and to the parents that is clear and tied to all the KPIs you all continue to talk about, most importantly, student outcome. There have been endless number of reports in the newspaper over the last several months that American students are falling behind. 30% of 12th graders nationally do not pass the basic reading level that is mandated by, not mandated, but recommended, right? That most students in the United States, 30% of students in the United States can't read at the appropriate level in 12th grade. How is this VR headset going to help those students? How is this VR headset going to help all the students in our district who need additional resources? How is this going to supplement anything or overtake actually having a teacher in the room with you? I'd really love to know what peer-reviewed study there is that shows there's any meaningful improvement in student outcomes as a result of these VR headsets. On top of that, I'd like to know, one, how many VR headsets are we getting for $180,000? Where will they be allocated? What is the plan for repair and replacement when they inevitably break? What curriculum is this being tied to? How is this going to be used? $180,000 is a lot of money. There are facilities upgrades that were so beautifully highlighted in this evening's presentation that would be happy to get $180,000 from the budget. So again, I really would urge the board to vote no on this issue because we have not been provided sufficient information. The public has not been provided sufficient information, and the information that was attached to board docs, by the way, was incomplete. It was an email from the super. Everyone can read it. It was on board docs, but it didn't outline any of this information either. I'd really love to hear how we plan to use these and how the board really believes $180,000 is best used for headsets. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll accept the second person.
Yes, good evening. Wilma Campbell, 1404 Highland Avenue. Calling on tonight, I'd like to get some answers on a few things. Last spring, I believe it was, I came to the board meeting and was asking questions about the upcoming purchase of 403 West 7th Street and Grant Avenue, which is basically the Buff properties. And I had some questions about, what due diligence was being done in preparation for the purchase. I was never given any information, and so subsequent to that, I did an OPA request. And I am really concerned about the information that I've been reviewing. And also, I have a background in real estate, so there are certain things that I look for in prospective purchases. And things just didn't add up for me. I'm looking at the building 6 months, 5 months after it was purchased with a gate around it, which suggests that there are some real construction problems with it. And for a purchase of that amount that was paid for the properties, that's like going into, I don't know, a white elephant or pink elephant, whatever it is. And I just feel like if proper diligence had been done prior to the purchase, it might have determined that this wasn't a wise move for the district. And when I think about how long it has taken for the pool to be repaired, 5 years, I believe we're into it now, it's very concerning for $5 million of repairs for a pool that has not been in operation for 5 years. Our students, where are they practicing? all of these kinds of concerns. And I just think that the move that was made for that, that purchase of Buff and the Grand Avenue location, I just really question the good sense that was considered in making a purchase like that. I also am curious as to when Evergreen School is going to be replaced. I understand, it's been on the books forever, and I just am wondering if there's anything afoot to find out how close we are to that. I'm also concerned about I talked to some students from
Excuse me, Mrs. Campbell.
who were in the dual enrollment program.
Mrs. Campbell,
Yes?
excuse me, that is your 3 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, let me just say, I'm not handing off my time to Mr. Campbell, but we're not going on 2 different computers, and he has questions as well.
If possible, can we reset? Or can he introduce himself? Is this going to be a separate comment?
Ready?
Yeah.
This is a separate comment, I'm assuming.
My name is John Campbell. I reside at 1404 Highland Avenue also. I don't want my comments to be construed as complaints because I'm here to offer some wisdom that may shed some light on some dark roads that may be popping up, and one comes to mind is the budget. I recall about 2 years ago, the superintendent came with a recommendation to place 3 principals on special assignments. Now, at that meeting, 2 of the principals were placed on special assignments. One was the former principal of a middle school, and I understand that since that happened, the replacement has left, and she only lasted for a few months. And I understand from parents that things aren't any better under the new guidance. The other item that I want to mention is indeed budget related and facility related, is the former clerk of the works. I served on this board for 6 years, and the former clerk of the work oversaw approximately $92 million worth of construction. All those projects came in on time and on the budget. One historic site that he was the project manager on was 504 Madison Avenue, the former administrative building. That building was had severe fire damage, and a lot of recommendations were that we should raise the building. The then clerk of the work took on this project, and we were awarded $100 million and a half in insurance premium, in insurance. So the then clerk of the work took that project and did something I've never seen done in the city of Plainfield. What he did was he repaired that for $500,000 for under $1 million, leaving us $500,000 worth of funds that we could do other things to improve student service. And he did it all with minority contractors. And throughout his tenure, I never saw him lose a dime. So, and I understand that now he may be in the rubber room, for the lack of a better word, and I wonder why would you have a gentleman of this talent in the rubber room paying him when it appears that just the remarks that Mrs. Campbell made, that you can certainly use him in evaluating these projects that you're purchasing now.
Mr. Campbell.
So I would ask you to reconsider,
Mr.
and
Campbell.
there's probably a better use for this gentleman
Mr. Campbell?
Principal.
And the two principals on the
Mr. Campbell?
special assignment.
Hello, Mr.
And
Campbell?
If you calculate this money,
Mr. Campbell?
Mr. Campbell?
That's your
it
time?
might be $1 million. Thank you very much. And 3 minutes is not enough.
Understood. Is there anyone else, Nick? Typically, I'm going to take a comment from the student commissioner, but I'll take a motion to close public comment.
Can we speak into the mic, everybody? I didn't.
So moved. Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Andrews and seconded by Commissioner Malone to close public comment at this time. Heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed have the same right.
Thank you. Typically, we do not respond formally during public comment, but in this case, I would like to hear the comments from Ms. Califat regarding the Apple Vision. So, I'm sorry, I apologize.
You're good. For the Apple products, I have to say as a student and for student council, I bring back this information, tell the student council, hey, this is what's going on. This is what's going on the board level, just so you're aware. We actually love this, and we love that it's being introduced to our classrooms, especially for the STEM side of the building. We are not able to dissect things. We're not able to see human hearts in person. I don't think no high school is. So the very fact that we're being able to have this technology and being able to complete assignments and seeing this in person, especially in our community, in terms of minority communities, it's not every day you get in contact with these opportunities. And the very fact that we are getting contact with these opportunities right now, even I'm a 12th grader, I'm probably not going to touch stuff like that until I'm in college. So the very fact that we are in high school, I just want to say from the student's perspective, we really like this, we really appreciate this. And I guess parents may feel some type of way, but we as students are very happy about this new initiative. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that.
Am I precluded from providing any?
No, go ahead, Mr. Hassan. Appreciate that.
I want to thank Caitlin for providing that response. So I'll start with the Apple Vision Pro headsets. I think if everyone recalls, we received a live demonstration in this very room from representatives of Apple. And the case study that was being explored was really centered around our ability to expand the CTE pathways and programs that we're able to offer to our students in the district by leveraging technology. We saw firsthand in this room how we could leverage that technology to help us move forward with expanding CTE pathways such as auto tech, engineering, and other leading industries that we want to expose our students to. We also saw, I think, a very prominent use case for the enhancement of our allied health services CTE pathway. And that's allowing us to, again, utilize those headsets for virtual reality and an AR experience that will allow our students to explore bodies, arteries, the heart, et cetera, you name it. I was asked as a superintendent of schools how we could further innovate in that space, and this was the solution that I brought forward. While I do understand that there have been questions asked around the cost and whether it's a wise investment, I do want to just provide some details of what I've shared with the board in a recent response on Friday. There's, as it relates to subscriptions, licensing, or ongoing costs, there are no subscription fees, licensing charges, or ongoing costs that are associated with the procurement of these devices, right? Once purchased, these devices do not require additional payments for continued use. Also, from a cost perspective, Apple's devices have historically retained strong resale value. When devices reach the end of their useful life in our district, we are able to sell them, ensuring that they do not become obsolete or antiquated in our classroom. And I'm highlighting that because when the district made that initial investment to go to a one-to-one device initiative, We've used that same initiative to keep rolling that over to procure new devices. How do we do that? When it's time for us to procure new devices, we resell the old ones and use that funding to go procure the new ones. So we've made that a part of our ecosystem. The last part that I would say on this particular matter is that while we see other countries outpacing the United States of America, one thing that's very clear in those other countries is that they're leveraging innovation and technology inside of the classrooms. They're leading with that. So you think about a student who doesn't have the opportunity to travel across the globe to visit the Louvre, as an example, to see a piece of artwork. This technology will, in fact, allow us to bring those experiences to our students in our classrooms, breaking down barriers and obstacles that students from our communities are sometimes met with, right? So I ask that as we move forward with this, that, again, that the board provides support for this initiative. We heard directly from our students on this matter. And again, they are the end users for this experience and every experience that we create.
Can I just jump in real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
With all of that, I just want to give it up to the IT department, because without a strong team with them, that purchase wouldn't matter. So I just want to keep that in the forefront. So thank you, IT.
I think this is a discussion that we can continue after executive session if there are still some questions and concerns from commissioners. If you don't mind, if you'd like to express your opinions now, we can definitely hear it and receive it. But if not, I would like to keep that discussion where it's slated during the agenda, if you all don't mind. If that's okay?
Would you like me to respond to the other matters that were raised regarding the buffer?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think I would like you to, of course, respond formally as your office does. If there were questions by the public, I would like to continue with that format after the meeting, if you don't mind.
Understood. Thank you.
Motion for exec.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Andrews and seconded by Commissioner Hembry that the board now retire into executive session for the purposes of legal and HR. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
There being none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed have the same right. Motion carried.
Thank you. I anticipate being in executive session for an hour.
Recording stopped.
It's approximately 7:53.
I'll accept the motion to reopen public session.
Recording in progress.
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Malone, seconded by Commissioner Smith, that the board now resume this meeting in the public. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried. Mr. Vice President?
Yes, sir.
I have 3 resolutions, walk-on items, to read on to this evening's agenda.
What are they?
All right. The first one is going to be under HR. It's going to be listed as HR item K15. It is going to be the approval of a settlement agreement and release. The resolution shall read, be it resolved that the Plainfield Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, approves the settlement agreement and release with employee number 4740.
Got it. Okay. Next.
The next item, Mr. Vice President, will be under business operations, item O11. O11 will read as an approval of board meeting schedule addition. Resolve that the Plainfield Board of Education will hold its organization meeting on Thursday, January 1st, 2026 at 6:30 p.m.
Got it.
I will read it again, yes. Resolved that the Plainfield Board of Education will hold its organization meeting on Thursday, January 1st, 2026 at 6:30 p.m.
Oh, it's a new year, but I can't bow out on New Year's Day. Yeah.
Continue.
The next resolution be business operations items, item O12, board meeting and retreat. Be it resolved that the Plainfield Board of Education hereby authorizes the next board meeting and retreat to be held on January 23rd and 24th, 2026. The specific times and details will be determined and shared by public meeting notice once facilitators are confirmed and the agenda is finalized.
Recording in progress.
Can you just read the number back of the organizational meeting date? What number did you?
It's just going to be added to the end. The organizational meeting will be item O11. And the board meeting and retreat will be O12.
I'd like to make a motion to have these items added to, they're already added, to approve adding them to the agenda? Okay. I'll have to, okay, I will withdraw that request. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, pardon me. Okay, do we still have time on that to get it approved?
Let me pull up the letter right quick.
Yes, sir, and then we'll proceed with the discussion if you don't mind. Okay, thank you very much for adding those walk-on items to the agenda, commissioners. Please note where they are, so if you have any interest to support or not, you know what it is. Apologize for not speaking into the mic. At this time, I think we should go into the discussion regarding the Apple headsets division. We got some feedback from our student commissioner, so I think if appropriate, I'm not sure of the order, right? Let's see if there's an order for this. I don't think there is. So if we can share our points of view, I think this would be the opportune time for the Apple headset.
So, again, I'll be one of the biggest advocates of it. I, again, following Mr. Hassan's conversation about it, believe that Apple Tech and all types of technology in which we're introducing things to young adults that they might not necessarily have access to, but can be found in other communities, are important in making sure that we're not furthering or widening that digital gap. We've heard from one of our students who I think speaks to, in her role, a large interest in what all students are expecting and how they see this as a benefit, not only for opportunities for them to learn outside the classroom and practice STEM, but it sounds like an attractive means by which students will want to come to school and engage in that further educational process. And anytime we have opportunities, again, in which we can take advantage of students' voices for the needs that they're asking us about specifically, that we can close that technological digital gap a little bit more, I'm in favor for. And in the grand scope of things and the budget that we have, this is relatively cheap with regards to ensuring that young adults have the access to these items.
Thank you, Commissioner Andrews. Commissioner Gray.
Absolutely. So one of the big things was that that I discussed with the superintendent. I emailed him. I had like very pointed questions about the privacy information concerning Apple, and he assured me, he sent me the which was very detailed, by the way. He sent me the user information that suggests that the privacy, you respect all privacy data as it relates to FERPA. He also sent me very detailed information that said there would be no machine learning conducted from the our usage of the Apple Vision Pro and all the other tools. And one thing that I was very adamant about that we had discussions with the IT team and also the superintendent was that they would create a pathway for our students to be able to get internships within Apple. It's a $3.9 trillion dollar company, right? So I think they can expend some capital here locally in order to make sure that our students have access to internships. I discussed at length the unemployment rate for young people here. The unemployment rate for young people here is somewhere around 17%. If it was nationally, we would have an epidemic. So I really am adamant that we build the partnerships here with Apple, and I support the Apple Vision Pro being on the agenda.
If I may, I completely agree. Thank you for sharing your thoughts from a student's perspective. However, my sentiments are not that we don't support the Apple Pro Vision initiative purchase. It's not that. It's just that with our IT department not really understanding the transition that's going to happen, not the IT department, the hourly IT employees still being uncertain about where their job stands with ESS. I think until that is understood, I think this is a purchase that can be made on a later date. It's too much uncertainty with the hourly employees. And we're going to need them for this purchase. So if they don't feel confident, I can't feel confident adding something else that is that requires them to them to know that they have a job. And until those conversations are had and they feel comfortable, I can't support this today.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith.
Just a couple of quick questions, I think, probably following to what Ms. Smith said. Who's...
I'm sorry, did anybody else have anything before we allow Mr. Andrews to go? Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just like, who's involved in the training of it, and who's involved in the implementation of the Apple products? And so I guess to Ms. Smith's point, if there was a desire needed for those part-time employees in the IT department to do it, I could understand, but are they expected to do the implementation? Are they expected to provide the training with regards to?
Just the day-to-day.
No, so as I explained, this is an initiative for us to first explore the expansion of our CTE program. So the point for this project and initiative is our supervisor of CTE. and that support. In terms of implementation, we will utilize the district's vanguards who are Apple trained and certified to help roll out this technology for us in the district. We also, through our partnership with Apple, have on-site professional development that we would also leverage for full integration.
And just again for a follow-up, just because again, I can understand Ms. Smith's point. Damage to those devices, we're not handling that. That'll be probably shipped back to Apple for those things.
Yes.
And then with regards to networking and those other IT areas for which those devices rely on, do you and your administration think you have a fair amount of support in that area?
I think we have more than enough. We do have an adequate size. We have our team structured across the IT department to handle networking, project management. Again, we have network administrators. We have technicians. We also have members who man our help desk. I also want to reassure everyone that this is not a conversation about firing or terminating any team members. Like, we expect for our team members to still be here, still be present.
And then finally, because 179,000 is a relatively large number. I mean, in the scope of our district's budget, not so much. But how many devices does that include?
Good question.
Yep, so we're looking to procure enough devices, roughly 50 to 60, that allows us to implement this and to prototype this in our CTE spaces, but to also explore that in some of the classroom environments that Kaylin talked about. What's really important to note about the devices, it's not the same as needing to have an iPad connected to one user. Like, the Apple Vision Pro headsets can be used by multiple users. So when you look inside of the support and documentation, you'll see a line item for there are, I don't call them, they're not goggles, but they're like the inner layer that goes inside of the Vision Pro headsets. Those are customizable, and we would have our students who are utilizing them. You would get a generic sizing, but something that will be flexible for most students to be able to utilize. We're looking to order more so that students can, in fact, take that inner layer out and put theirs on when they use it. That helps us ensure that the devices are sanitized and that they are clean if they're being used by more than one student. All right, so those were all questions that we asked Apple when we went to visit the headquarters in New York during the course of the summer. We thought through all of those logistical components, right? How do we implement the use of this technology and not go out here spending, millions of dollars, if you will, but still having an opportunity to implement it in our school district?
I have a question. How soon after the purchase would they be utilized in the classroom?
Yeah, so we are looking to implement those in the classroom space as soon as possible. I think to get a firmer response on that, roughly we have our team from Apple on site in the district at least once a month to provide our professional development for our team members. I feel very good about our ability to quickly move to implementation and use in the classroom, because we're not talking about an entire district rollout. We're talking about a concentrated rollout that really is targeted towards the program that I mentioned previously. So from our opinion, we look to see that full implementation from the time of us receiving the devices in district, roughly I would say a 45 to 60-day window to see us now actually going and implementing them in the classroom. We've already identified the applications that we have use cases for us to be able to roll those out and take advantage of it. Those are the apps that we saw be introduced to us right here when we had the demonstration right here at the public board meeting. So we've done a lot of that legwork, and there's no guessing for us as a team in terms of how to move forward with the devices. It's a matter of us procuring them and having them in our hands so that we can get to work.
Now, you said you just said that it's going to take a couple of months to implement it, right? So is that going to, does the time it take to implement them, is that going to be aligned with where the students are in the curriculum at that time? Or would it make more sense to implement this at the start of the school year so it can be completely streamlined in the curriculum from the very beginning of the school year, opposed to bringing in a new device in the middle of the school year, because what if they're not on that objective line during that month? Like, and then now it's like, we're finding a way to put this into the curriculum. So again, it's not that I don't think this would be beneficial. I just think right now, because if we made the purchase later in a couple of months, it will be ready to go in September, and the children can use it at the start of the school year and have a fresh curriculum with it already implemented, instead of the end of the year, middle of the school year, because now it's being thrown in.
No, I understand. I think that's a really great point. I would argue that, from my perspective, and I think there are many professionals that would agree with this, if we've covered content in the classroom and we now have a tool that allows us to provide an even greater experience for students to grasp and master that content, but we've acquired that tool after we've covered that content, I would argue that it will be worth us making an adjustment in our pacing guide and our curriculum to spiral back to that content to now provide the students with that experience that they may have missed out on the front end of that. It's not necessarily perfect or ideal in timing, but I would say that the longer we have the conversations and we push the decision-making process back, the more out of sync we get. And I think it's important for us to be able to procure the devices so that we can, in fact, move forward with the implementation. And I think the question you raised was a very good question. You're welcome.
And, if I can, Mr. San, can you just give me and the board a little more insight as far as ESS and our IT department, as far as staffing and what that looks like in the future?
Yes. So we've moved forward with ESS. We transitioned from Kelly Services last year. And that was really out of a need and desire to have, I think, a greater partnership and an organization that was understanding of our desires to, one, be able to fully staff in the event of us having vacancies, et cetera, but to also make sure that we were minimizing or reducing costs for substitutes. And we've also looked at that as an opportunity to see where we can right size in the organization and develop a partnership, if you will, that will allow us to still maintain our pool of hourly employees, if you will, without the district having to hold on to or absorb some of the additional costs that come along with that. So we still expect for our team members who are hourly employees to still be deployed, assigned, and to be a part of our district. The important part of a partnership such as this is that we see ESS as an extension of our organization. And I think that's really important for us to name and to clearly identify during this process. It is not our intent, our goal or objective to reduce like the number of team members that we have providing that service, but we do have to have some, I think, supports and controls around that to make sure that we are properly monitoring, measuring, and not blowing the budget that we have in place for any of our salaries or overtime expenditures for any of our employee groups. So I've made, along with our chief of HR, a specific request from our chief of information and technology, which is to really just like hone in and kind of revamp the organizational chart and to make sure that we are not just thinking about staffing for right now, but also thinking about the staffing structure for the future of IT. That is the one area that is constantly evolving, right? There are things that we're talking about now on that side of the house that I don't think we were clear on 4 years ago, right? And one specific area is, instructional technology. Where does that live within the organization? How do you support that throughout the organization? We couple that with the need for technical support at the building levels, and that is a huge driver for our overtime expenditures in that department. which almost hit $500,000 last school year. So we want to make sure that we're being responsible in this process. And what that says to us as an organization is that if that's our ultimate price tag, a part of that conversation has to be about right sizing and making sure that we're not masking a need for a full-time equivalent under the guise of an hourly employee. Like, I think that was really important for us to acknowledge that, and we expect for our chief of IT to provide us with that, so we know, in fact, how many team members we actually need, and that we bring on as full-time equivalents during this process. I think we'll always have a system and structure that needs additional support, just like we need substitute teachers when someone calls out. Same way we would need a substitute security officer or a substitute custodian officer. Over the last few years, we've found that having these partnerships helps us maintain that pool a lot better if we were handling that in-house as a school district. We will schedule those meetings to meet with those employee groups to discuss this, and I want to ensure all of our team members, whether they are in the room with us now or whether they are at home listening, we value you. You are solid members of the Plainfield Public Schools team and family, and we know that we don't move the district forward without you. We as a school district, as an administration and a leadership team, we have to make decisions that are sometimes unpopular and may even be uncomfortable, because we also have to do these things to make sure that in the long run, we can keep you. And that if we don't have, cost containment and internal controls in place, and we don't wrap our arms around these expenditures, these conversations will end up changing and be even more challenging conversations in the future. And that's what we ultimately want to avoid, but also protect the team members that we have. That's our take and perspective on it.
Pardon me, board, I just need to make a quick announcement. As some people may have known, there was a global outage with Cloudflare earlier today. We were just notified by our fine information technology team that we've just had a global outage for Zoom worldwide. So currently, anyone who was monitoring today's meeting via Zoom, including Madam President, who had dropped off, which prompted Nick to check into the error message. We are still recording it on our YouTube platform, but obviously we have to record it and then upload it at the end of the meeting. But I just wanted to make it, while that recording is being made, that we didn't do anything nefarious to any of our participants that may have been watching via Zoom. There is a worldwide global outage with Zoom, and we can't control that. Sorry to interrupt the meeting, but I thought it'd be prudent to make that announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cox. If there's anyone on YouTube watching, hopefully you can share it with your friends to switch over from Zoom to YouTube.
Well, see, the YouTube one, they will only be able to look at it after the meeting, after it's uploaded.
Oh, unfortunately, it's not.
Oh, it is? I'm sorry, I stand corrected.
We do have a proposal that was drafted by our Chief of Marketing and Communications that we'd like to share with the board at a future time with some possibilities to enhance the experience for viewers. That is also a touchy matter. So, again, Mr. Hill is taking the liberty to put something together that we will share with the board for consideration at a future date.
Thank you. Are there any more points on the Apple Vision? I'd like to move on in the discussion to other items.
I just want to make a point about the Apple Vision and kind of express my thoughts on sort of like the price related to it. Just, when you do a cursory review of like how much the headsets cost, it's about $3,277. And when you do the math at 55 headphones, it seems like the price, 55 to 60 headphones, it seems like we only get like somewhere around a 10% discount. So I know we purchased these through the, I want to say, for lack of a better word, exchanges through a consortium that we're part of, but it just seems like the price of 10% discount, it's not sitting too well with me. But I think one of the things that is important that is really weighing in my decision is that I know that Apple does a lot of different educational programs. They do Everyone Can Code, develop in Swift, comprehensive programs, provided free curricula that's basically plug and play to teach students all the of all ages, by the way, have basics of coding using Swift, Apple's programming language. They develop curriculum in Swift. There's Swift Playgrounds, which is basically an interactive and engaging way for students to learn to code and build apps. These different things I want to see as an integral part of the Apple partnership and relationship. Like, if we're giving up $179,000 a day, my expectation is that we're going to introduce AP computer science classes, and we're going to make sure that students have internships availability. So we can really be competitive against our charter counterparts, right? And hopefully we can have a discussion also about the charter pack.
Yeah, so in closing, I guess that means, do they have any holiday discounts available on these Apple headsets? If you want to look into that, you know, any additional percentages off would be great, but I don't know if that's going to make it in time for this vote tonight. Moving on, thank you for that segue. Well, I would like, if possible, in all fairness, there was a mention in public comment about the Buff project, and Mr. Hassan asked if this was an opportunity to make a statement. I would like to extend that if you'd like to make a statement into that, and also give it to the floor if anyone has any comments regarding the Buff projects. I think we can, it's not something that's on the agenda for this evening, but to be honest with you, if we're having a discussion, I'd like to hear commissioners' points if they have any to make, but also give Mr. Hassan an opportunity to speak to the comments.
Yes. So thank you for that, Mr. Webb. You know, I'd first like to just start by saying I think it was definitely a huge honor, and I think a sign of respect that was offered to us as Plainfield Public School District to get first right of refusal to purchase the properties. As we know, listed in the district's 5-year strategic plan, there is a specific action, and that action was to identify a new location for the administrative office with the intent to move out and to have the current 1200 Myrtle Avenue brought back online to serve as an elementary school in our district. We were able to identify that property. The property was purchased by the district at fair market value. I want to be clear about what that means. That is a process and a statutory requirement. As a school district in the state of New Jersey, you cannot pay a penny more than what the fair market value assessment is for a property. What that means is Buff, they didn't necessarily sell this property and walk away with a huge profit. We had to go out and provide our own assessors to come back and give us the fair market value. We did a comparison against their reports as well. Those were all reviewed by the district's attorneys at that time. And lastly, that process, after we received board approval, that then had to be vetted by the Department of Education before we could actually get to the table and close on the properties. That process took about 1.5 years. Now, I just want to simplify this and name that process or experience for anyone who's been a homeowner and you've gone through the process and you've made an offer on a home and that offer has been accepted. At that point, in most instances, you're purchasing the property as is. There are probably going to be some things that need to be repaired, et cetera. But what you don't have the opportunity to do is go in and start to knock down walls until you actually own that property. No owner is allowing a potential buyer to come in and to start knocking down walls. And I'm highlighting that just to state it's not until you actually get the keys to that facility where you can actually go in and start to take that additional deep dive to confirm what you may have received in additional reports or assessments. We have taken our time and we have done our due diligence as a school district to, one, make sure that investment that was made by this board on behalf of the students and families of Plainfield Public Schools was in fact a wise investment that was supported by architects and further supported by general counsel that led my administration through the process to procure that facility. If you ride past the property now, you will see that there is a fence outside of the property along the perimeter on Central. The reason that fence has been put up around that property, because we've identified that there is some loose facades at the top of the roof. We knew that we had to do a roof replacement, but that also led to us having our architects do an analysis, or conduct an analysis rather, on parapets and lintels, which actually protect the roofing envelope. And we prepared for the worst-case scenario, and that fencing was put up as a precaution. We have since gone through multiple rounds of assessments. We've now received final construction documents, which have also been shared with the board. We also have, at this point, an order of magnitude, which highlights the various priorities for the, I won't say construction, but for the renovation of that project. Under Mr. Cox's leadership and with the support of our construction manager, Mr. Peyton Riley, and our director of facilities and grounds, Mr. Sean Sutton, we've provided final recommendations to our architects. Those will be incorporated and updated so that the project of scope can then be shared with potential contractors who would then provide us with estimates for the various components. So I think we are in very good shape. We budgeted $5.8 million in total for the project. You will see as a line item in the 25-26 budget, you will see $5.1 million that was allocated through the district's capital outlay. We also received back $750,000 at closing to help us cover the cost of any of the renovations. And our estimates at this time show that the total cost for this project is estimated to hit roughly $5.3 million, and that includes 20% of contingencies. So when we receive the cost estimates, we will do a cross-reference against the order of magnitude of estimates that we have in fact received from our architects, and those contracts will then be brought forward for approval here at a board meeting so that we can award them to contractors to go out and do the work. There are some projects, some phases of the project that will be handled by our team members, and that includes some of the more internal work, such as bringing through Cat 5, Cat 6 cabling for IT internet connections, also ensuring that we have new electrical outlets installed, et cetera. So there are many aspects that we can handle internally, but those items that we do not have the capacity to handle, those will be outsourced to general contractors to manage that for us. And we will update the board on the timeline and bring those contracts for approval as soon as we receive the final estimates.
Does that include any contractor working in the district currently that will be utilized for this project or considered for this project?
So any organizations that we have a good working relationship with, the answer to that is yes, if they are part of a purchasing co-op. And that's very important to note. The reason we're leveraging the purchasing co-ops is because those services have already gone through a bidding process through the purchasing co-ops, and that will allow us to save a considerable amount of time by not having to go through our own public bidding process. That would actually extend the process out by at least another 90 days, if not more than that. So we've thought about all of this on the front end of this process, and we know that we have two main charges at this point. One is to ensure that the project is completed under budget, and the second is to make sure that we're able to bring that facility online as quickly as possible so we can vacate 1200 Myrtle Avenue to repurpose it for an elementary school. And this strategy allows us to accomplish both.
Thank you. Any comments from commissioners? I'd like to begin the discussion around the proposed compact with the charter schools. I know Commissioner Andrews stepped away for a moment, but we'll entertain this conversation right now. I would like to, however, read a statement into the record by Board President Mrs. Hane Wyatt, if you all don't mind. Hold on one second. I want to be able to scroll. All right. So President Statements, Public Schools of Plainfield Compact for Collaboration. Fellow Commissioners, Superintendent, and Administration, students and families, and members of the public. Based on recent leadership conversations with the superintendent, as well as my review of the proposed Public Schools of Plainfield Compact for Collaboration, I want to offer my understanding and reflections for the board's consideration. The superintendent shared that himself and members of his administration and the school leadership of the 5 charter schools within the city of Plainfield meet monthly to discuss collaboration and shared goals. Although the detailed information discussed during meetings or the outcome of these meetings are not routinely reported to the board, my understanding is that the conversations have focused on the stated intent of this compact, a collective commitment to the success of every child in Plainfield and a belief that stronger collaboration fosters stronger schools and a stronger community. The compact affirms a shared vision and promises cooperation, resource optimization, and a unified investment in the future of Plainfield's youth. I fully support the intention behind that compact and the ongoing conversations around shared services and aligned efforts. Collaboration is overdue, and working together for the betterment of all Plainfield students, regardless of school, should be a collective priority. However, when I asked whether this compact was necessary, the superintendent acknowledged that it is not, but felt it could be beneficial long-term. That said, there are several concerns that I believe must be addressed. The lack of board engagement. She notes that I previously requested, Victor Webb previously requested to be included in discussions about district charter collaboration, yet was not invited. If leadership teams are meeting monthly, it is unclear why board leadership from all schools have not been given a seat at the table. We are being asked to formalize an agreement for work that is already happening, yet we have not participated in shaping the vision, asking critical questions, or ensuring the terms are equitable. Equity in shared services and mutual benefit. Plainfield Public Schools already provide a wide range of state-mandated shared services to charter schools. We have historically been open, inclusive, and supportive whenever collaboration benefits students. What remains unclear is how the charter schools in turn support Plainfield Public Schools. It currently appears that Plainfield Public Schools is providing the bulk services, resources, and infrastructure with little clarity on reciprocal benefit. These are types of matters that should have been discussed in the monthly meetings before a formal compact was drafted. Community narratives and true collaboration. There are longstanding narratives about performance, culture, and quality that create unnecessary and damaging division between schools and families. These narratives, regardless of who circulates them, are harmful to students and counterproductive to true collaboration. Our students attend school together, play together, grow up together. They see and feel the narratives we create or allow. If this compact is to stand for unity, then competition disguised as collaboration must be confronted. In the spirit of genuine partnership, accountability, and a shared investment in all Plainfield students, I believe we must return to the table with all stakeholders present, including board leadership, ensure that any agreement reflects mutual benefit, not unilateral contribution, aligns shared services, initiatives, and expectations around equity, transparency, and sustainability, especially through leadership transitions that may outlast all of us, and engage in deeper, honest dialogue before formalizing a commitment for the district. True collaboration requires transparency, inclusivity, and balance. If we were to enter into a compact, it must be done right with full participation, full clarity, full commitment to the students we collectively serve. Respectfully, Hannah M. Wyatt, President, Plainfield Board of Education. So I wanted to, in her absence, present the statement. I will say, personally on this discussion, I do want to know more. I would like to address some of the current perspectives that are in the community regarding the division amongst us, and I do see this as a way to possibly correct that, and I think it's very ambitious. However, I would just like a little more detail and insight as to how this would really work for the future. And for me, it's necessarily not a no, it's just a not right now. But there are just several questions that I have around it, and I appreciate the opportunity for us to have this discussion on the floor. Any commissioners have any comments? Student commissioner, do you have any comments? Have you read any and heard anything about this compact?
Not really, not on behalf of the students.
Okay, so
I
is it-
can start
Okay,
with
go
my
ahead.
questions. So, a few things. But for starters, the weekly briefing that went out on the 14th states the compact strengthens Plainfield Public School leadership by setting expectations for shared services, equitable enrollment practices, etc. However, the formal disclaimer you provided tonight under Section 4, drafted by Board Attorney, states that no party shall rely upon the compact as a promise, guarantee, or expectation of performance. So I just want to know, what is it? And I do want clarification on a collaboration that's non-binding, that doesn't have any expectation of performance or shared services. How does that work? And I have a few questions, but I won't dominate I won't dominate the floor with that. But also, what's very important, what is the messaging plan in place to ensure that families and the community understands that this partnership is a collaboration, not an endorsement or an expansion of charters? Because as we are familiar, things don't always print well. So what is the plan if this compact goes through, that the messaging is very clear on the intention, and it's not Plainfield Public Schools is endorsing or supporting the merging of charters as a public school district?
Thank you for asking that question. Well, I think I've already started, along with my administration, outlining that we are not in support of nor asking for expansion of charter schools. That was clearly outlined in my correspondence to the New Jersey Department of Education, where I clearly outlined inequities that were created by some of the decisions in the current charter landscape. That letter is dated October 1st, 2024. That correspondence was sent to the NJDOE in response to requests from this very governing body asking for greater accountability as it relates to the charter landscape here in the city of Plainfield. So that was the first step, and I think that we've all been very clear about that. But what we cannot deny is that the charter schools exist, and unless the state comes in and starts to revoke charters, they are here. I think one other thing that cannot be ignored as we have this conversation is that although I'm the superintendent of Plainfield Public Schools, when things don't go right for families, that I'm often called to be an intermediary or a collaborator to help provide solutions for those families, even though their children are enrolled in Plainfield Public Schools. There have been multiple conversations that have taken place here at these very board member meetings and across this dais, in which I have been personally asked questions about programming that's being run in charter schools, whether it's support for special needs students, whether it's been conversations about enrollment, or whether those have been phone calls made directly to my office by members of the governing body or of the community asking my administration to contact parents and families to help navigate them through some challenges they may be experiencing at charter schools. So when I receive those requests and those conversations take place here, I take that as a request for me to figure out how to collaborate and how to provide that support to our students. As it relates to this proposed charter compact, I hope that this is not seen as something that's just being introduced or being brought to the board, because I've talked about this on multiple occasions. And I also sent a very detailed memo to the board back in April of 2025 advising that this conversation was being initiated and was taking place amongst my administration and charter leaders in the city. we've been able to collaborate and to create a space where we as administrators of schools serving children in the city of Plainfield are able to thoughtfully and respectfully discuss challenges that we may be facing across our school districts. We also have an opportunity to discuss sharing data, improving processes for families that rely on services equally across the board. We also utilize those roundtables and those monthly meetings as opportunities for us to discuss the possibility of shared service agreements, to discuss security concerns that may be permeating throughout the community, because guess what? Even though a student may attend a charter school in the city of Plainfield, they have friends who sit in classrooms at Paz and at Plainfield High School, and when those students leave, they all walk home or go back to the same communities. And those problems that permeate in those environments often find their way into our school buildings. So I think it's important now more than ever for us to have these conversations. And I would like to read in response the letter that I wrote to the board seeking support on this matter, which I think answers some of the questions. So dated November 14th, addressed to Mrs. Board President White and members of the Plainfield Board of Education. I'm writing to respectfully request your support and formal approval of the Public Schools of Plainfield Compact for collaboration. This compact is a strategic step in our broader effort to strengthen public education in Plainfield, district and charter alike, by moving from competition to cooperation in service of our children. As you know, our district has been clear and firm with the New Jersey Department of Education about the inequities created by the current charter landscape. In my October 1st, 2024 correspondence to the NJDOE, I asked for a moratorium on charter school expansion until a comprehensive, equitable plan is developed to address disproportionality in serving multilingual learners and students with disabilities, as well as the financial and operational impacts on Plainfield Public Schools. This compact does not weaken that position. Instead, it gives us a structured public framework to push for greater alignment with NJDOE expectations for equitable enrollment in services, to build a unified front around shared challenges, and to protect Plainfield students and taxpayers by coordinating how all public schools in our city operates. What does this compact do? The Public Schools of Plainfield Compact for Collaboration is a mutual, non-binding agreement among district and charter leaders to work together around 5 core areas. 1, a shared vision, prioritizing equity, academic excellence, and student well-being for all Plainfield children while respecting each district's uniqueness and autonomy. 2, shared services, exploring joint professional development, transportation coordination, and bulk purchasing to reduce costs and improve efficiency for taxpayers. 3, shared initiatives, developing enrichment programs and shared learning opportunities open to all students in Plainfield. Equity and accountability, committing to practices that protect the public's trust, promote transparency, and uphold our expectations for equitable services to students. And 5, protecting our shared investment, sustaining collaboration through leadership changes, advocating for each other's success, and nurturing a climate and culture of mutual respect and problem solving. In short, the compact is a tool for leverage and alignment. It is not a concession. It codifies our expectations of charter partners, and it anchors future conversations about enrollment, services, and accountability in a shared public document. Now, how does this protect Plainfield Public Schools? While I recognize that some concerns about this initiative stem from a fear that collaboration may be interpreted as an endorsement of charter expansion or as a weakening of the district's position, I want to state clearly, the compact does not grant charters any additional authority, funding, or access beyond what state law already provides. It does not bind the board to any specific financial obligations. Any shared service agreement with cost implications would still come back to you for approval under existing policy. This proposed compact reinforces rather than undermines our prior request to the NJDOE for equitable practices and oversight, including standardized, centralized enrollment, and adherence to cross-section requirements for serving multilingual learners and students with disabilities. By approving the compact, the board positions Plainfield Public Schools as the convener and leader of public education in our city. We are not relinquishing authority, we are asserting it by setting the terms of collaboration. Alignment with our strategic plan and our district goals. This initiative is not an isolated project, it materially advances our district goals. We aim for academic proficiency and student outcomes. If we could explore shared enrichment, aligned expectations, and collaborative learning opportunities, it would allow us to also expand access to rigorous experience for Plainfield students regardless of which public school they attend. Climate, culture, and community engagement. A visible, unified commitment by all public school leaders in Plainfield demonstrates to families that we are working together, we are not at odds, but we are in fact collaborating to support all children. Whether a student enrolls into a charter school today and then comes back to Plainfield Public Schools next week, we are responsible for ensuring that we provide a thorough and efficient education and we are able to pick up where that school left off. Finance and operations, shared services and transportation, professional development and purchasing can yield cost savings, efficiencies, and better use of taxpayer dollars. The compact also reflects our commitment to communication and cohesion as core leadership values. It further formalizes the work that we have already begun, sitting at the same table with other public school leaders, identifying shared problems and building systems that prioritize students over institutional boundaries and fear that has been placed on our community. Why does your support matter? You have already engaged charter leaders around the draft compact, well, we have, and there's a genuine momentum and willingness to work together differently. Now, I previously shared this information with the board in my correspondence on April 11, 2025, and I believe that approving this compact allows us to move forward, if approved, with a public signing, which could include a thoroughly vetted and formulated communication plan, which could clearly state our expectations, values, and guardrails for any collaboration. It can set specific standards for how public schools in this community will operate together rather than leaving that definition solely in the hands of external agencies. And it will demonstrate to the New Jersey Department of Education, our families, and our community that Plainfield is leading with equity, accountability, and student-centered collaboration. Without your approval, commissioners, we risk sending a mixed message. We've asked the state to help us address inequities and enforce cross-section requirements, yet we hesitate to adopt our own local framework that strengthens our collective voice and operational alignment. My request for board action is simple. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the board approve this proposed compact for collaboration as presented and with the developed addendum that has since been provided by General Counsel, and that you authorize me as the superintendent to move forward and convene the next steps, which would include a public signing, rolling out of a communication plan, so that we can develop collaborative initiatives and shared services consistent with this compact, subject to existing board policies and approval requirements. Now, we're here for further discussion, and I greatly appreciate that. We've asked for the New Jersey Department of Education to step in, to lead, and to give us the support with this. That was a charge that was given to me as the superintendent. I delivered on that. We're still waiting to hear from the Department of Education to give us a framework on what this collaboration and accountability would look like in our community. And I've taken a step in the liberty to try to advance that work to ensure that we are, in fact, the leaders and the conveners of public education, and that is clearly known, recognized, and understood by all parties in this community throughout the state of New Jersey and throughout this country.
That's amazing. Do you have any idea, like, what are your thoughts that none of the representation from any of these charter schools are here this evening to back up this support and to back up this compact? Because I think if all 5 schools were sitting here, locked arms, rallying against, saying that this is a collaboration, this would make a little more sense to me. But this already shows that we might be doing most of the work. Because where's the...
We're already doing this.
That's my point. That's if, like...
But because of the budget. And I think you have to go back to conversations on the budget, but I'm gonna let.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Why wasn't the president, the vice president, both, someone invited to take a seat at the table so we can hear their perspective? I'm only listening to your perspective.
Understand that.
So why?
I don't think that, so that's I was asked specifically about Mr. Webb. He did make the ask and make the request to come and sit in that space. And my response to that was, I think it would be more appropriate for that to be a convening with board members of those schools and not with the administrators. That is the same response that I would have, and I think you would all have, if you found out that I was sitting in a meeting with board members of another educational institution. I don't think that was the right audience. And what I offered was my recommendation that there be a conversation to convene the actual board members for those charter schools to have meetings with our board leadership. I think that's appropriate, but I would also argue that if I set up a meeting with those charter school board, just with the leaders of those schools to come and meet with our board, right? Their board members will probably have the same question. So I think what you're asking is fair, but it should be, in my opinion, a convening of the board members for those schools.
Why doesn't that happen? That the board's supporting this, right?
So as I'm bringing this here for approval, the charter schools have done the same. I believe 2 of them have already had their board meetings and had already received the approval and had their resolutions from their boards.
Okay, but
One second.
my point is, why can't the president, vice president, both, however they want to do it, be invited to their board meetings?
They absolutely can. They absolutely can, and I think they should.
Because I would like to know the perspective on that level. That board support this board?
Got it. So as the superintendent of schools, is the expectation that I set up a convening between our board leadership and the board leaders of the charter schools, or is that something that I'm hearing that you're saying you want our board leadership to do?
So, yeah.
No. No, it's no commissioners there. There is literally just the members of the administration. That is why when I was asked about Mr. Webb attending that is why my response was that it was yes.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, did you have something? And then Commissioner Gray? I apologize, Mr. Gray. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so I just wanted to kind of emphasize that there's been conversations through our policy and legislative committee since October 2023 about charter school accountability principles. Now, I look at correspondence between myself, Commissioner Virgo, and Commissioner Castro. Then when I go into the top of the year, there's conversations between President Wyatt and Vice President Webb about charter school accountability principles being included in the superintendent's evaluation. So there's a long correspondence that we have concerning charter school accountability because it relates to the budget. The budget was one in which we got an historic $30 million. You were there, Vice President Webb. And that historic $30 million that we received, $17 million went to charter schools. They have 5 schools with about 3,000 kids. How do you explain that? That is because of federal policy related to Race to the Top that says if they do 1% better than the public schools, they get more money. So all of our collective interest is tied into making sure we're at the table with the charter schools and we can read the menu. I emphasize, we're at the table and we can read the menu. Here is why. Because if we don't, all of our collective interests. So my daughter is a special education student. Therefore, she needs the public schools. Victor, I know you have family members that work in the district.
Let's not personalize this, Commissioner Gray.
No, I'm
Let's not
emphasizing the
personalize this,
point.
Commissioner Gray.
Commissioner Hembry, you have family members that work in the district. We are all relying on the budget of public schools to thrive here. This is why having a superintendent at the table makes sense, because our collective futures and our collective destinies rely on us making sure we're at the table with the charter schools in order to effectively negotiate with them. Because if we're not at the table with them, we are on the menu. The clear example of that is the 2024-2025 budget.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Andrews?
Respectfully, I just had a few questions. I'm sorry, it's getting late. Is this on the agenda? No, like, are we voting on this tonight?
As a discussion point, not an action item.
Is it as on the agenda as a discussion point? Not, right? Yeah, so I guess my question is that can we put it on the agenda as a discussion point? And we could probably return to it. And I think for two reasons. A, and again, it's no disrespect for her, but this is a considerable policy or change in how we do business. We just had an election. I think the people who are kind of voted in new should probably have a say in that. We're kind of looking at a bit of a lame duck session. And again, if it's just discussion, and again, we're here in a business meeting for a vote, I would like to get to the voting part because some of us got to get to work in the morning.
Yes,
I know disrespect for that.
agree.
So,
I get that. I'm sorry. Did anybody?
5 minutes over.
Did anybody else have any points? Commissioners, I would like to make a statement. I hear you all respectfully, and this is exactly that. I do feel that the statement is, you know, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, and I'm not at the table. Our superintendent is at the table, and he represents us. However, there's a lot of history here, and I am in favor of meeting and getting the perspective of the other board members. It doesn't necessarily need to be district or charter school administration, but my interest in being present is just to see how we do collaborate. It's really for learning, right? It's really for research purposes. I'm not trying to overstep in any way. I am looking to develop my skills as a commissioner to the best of my ability and understand the nuances of how a lot of these conversations and collaborations do work, because quite honestly, historically in Plainfield, I believe the public schools and the charter schools working together is something that could be favorable. However, not being able, and it's not that I can't read the menu, I just want to know exactly what the nuances are, and if we are in a position to shape what this compact is in other areas, I think that's something that could be considered. I do appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion in public. I think this was very beneficial, and yeah, I think in my opinion, I think we should definitely table it for further discussion, but also try to see where we are as a public school district can follow through with the expectations of the Department of Education, and really make things a lot more feasible for our taxpayers as well, and support all students to the best of our ability.
and if I could just add, to be clear, I wasn't trying to shorten anybody's point on it, but I just feel like, you know.
No, absolutely.
It could take a while to get to what it is, and I know everybody's got. So again, my apologies. I didn't mean to come off as disrespectful.
It needed to be said.
No, but thank you very much for everybody's contributions. Does anyone have anything else on this?
Not on this. I just want to point out, according to the school calendar, I just want to go back to the walk-on item 011. According to the school calendar, the buildings are closed January 1st and 2nd. So I know the resolution was to have the reorg on January 1st. I just wanted to put that out there. If the intention was to open up the buildings on New Year's Day. I'm just saying, because if it's something that could just be modified before it's a no vote, I just wanted to,
I agree.
So I guess for a point of clarity, would it be too late to set this date next month, during next meeting? Or are there logistically things that require us to make this decision now?
I mean, I think arguably it could be done next month's meeting.
Or can we, so if we approve these walk-on items tonight, can we change them next month without too much interruption, for your opinion? Mr. Hassan?
Yes.
Okay.
We've done it before.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other items? At 10:08, I will respectfully entertain a motion to move the agenda to a consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Andrews and seconded by Commissioner Malone and Hembry that the board move its agenda as a consent agenda. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Andrews and seconded by Commissioner Malone that the board now approves its consent agenda. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
There being none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Andrews?
No on 011. And anything that I might be related to.
Travel.
For travel, yeah. I'm sorry. Yes to the rest, just no to 011.
Thank you. So that's a yes for everything except for 011, as well as abstaining on any of your personal travel. Commissioner Andrews, we don't have you for any travel for this agenda, just FYI.
Might want to go to the DC one, but I can do that at the December one.
Taking advantage of the discounted rate, trying to register, sir, that's why.
I'm bad about the email. Yes, can you add me to that one without any trouble?
Do you need a motion for that?
Technically, the resolution should be amended.
So, but we're in a vote right now.
I want to check with general counsel. I mean, we've already opened up the motion.
Do a motion to amend the resolution to add him right now.
Is there a motion to amend, sorry?
Yeah, I'll entertain a motion to amend the travel on.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Just point of order. You currently have an open vote, though, so.
We need to. So rescind my motion, right?
You have to.
That's why I asked for the clarification, because
So I rescind my motion. I rescind my motion for consent agenda.
To
For
approve
approving
the,
this
for
consent
approving the consent agenda. You're rescinding?
I'm sorry. We move my motion for the approval of the
consent
agenda. Apologies.
Can I get a second?
Okay, with the motion for the consent agenda now being rescinded,
Just vote on that first.
oh, okay. Is there a second to rescind Mr. Andrews' consent agenda?
Second.
All right, so it's been motioned by Commissioner Andrews and seconded by Commissioner Hembry that the board rescind the motion to approve the consent agenda. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried. The motion to approve consent agenda has been rescinded.
Motion to.
I'd like to make a motion to amend, well, I'll entertain a motion to amend the, is it text?
07.
07? 6 and 7, are you considering Texpo as well?
No, just.
So are there any other commissioners that are considering? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to amend 07.
To add Commissioner Andrews specifically?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Is there a motion?
Can we get the motion?
So moved. Can't motion.
You can't, yeah. I guess you can't go, nobody making a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Malone and seconded by Commissioner Smith to amend 07, specifically to add Commissioner Andrews for that trip's travel. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried. If you give me 2 seconds, I can give you the updated amount for that. The amended amount now should reflect, I'm not going to give each category breakdown, the total cost not to exceed $29,096.91, with Commissioner Andrews being added. Is there a motion to now approve the consent agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to now approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Smith and seconded by Commissioner Malone to now approve the consent agenda. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Smith. How would you like to vote?
I'm sorry, I blinked. Okay, yes to everything except no to 010 and 011.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know, but still.
I just, Commissioner Malone.
Yeah, I'm a yes for everything, and a no for 011.
Commissioner Andrews.
No to 11. Yes to everything, abstain on anything related to mine.
Ray.
Yes to everything. Oh, 11.
I'm holding on because you didn't.
Yeah, so no to 011, yes to everything on the agenda.
Got you. I didn't hear that. That's
My
why.
apologies. I was.
Commissioner Hembry.
Yes,
For everything, Commissioner Hembry?
yes.
Okay. Did Commissioner President Wyatt, was she able to rejoin us after the drop? Okay. Commissioner Vice President Webb.
I would like to abstain from anything related to my travel. No to 011, yes to everything else. Pardon me?
With the noted noes on 011 and one noted no on 010, all items pass except for 011.
Good. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
No, you need to make the motion, please.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Malone, that the board now adjourn this meeting in the public. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor? All opposed have the same right. Motion carried. Meeting adjourned at 10:17.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we are 47 minutes over from last meeting. And I hope Mr. Cox will be the timer and discussions will be limited because we did it in October. Thank you, Mr. Cox. We love you.
Oh, no, absolutely. Well, yeah. So,
think